Alright, ladies and gents, I am here. And I just have to give me 1 moment to finish getting everything up and running. And you'll have to give me 1 moment to use the restroom. But I'll be right back in a moment. Right, I am back. So the goal of today's festivities are to get from Darwin to Serio to Brisbane, and then Brisbane to Sydney. And we are actually going to use the aeronaut call sign tonight because we can and because we should. No, not yet. We'll get to my 1 year point on VATSIM, and then we'll begin to switch out our call sign. All right. Let's see here. Aircraft. I don't know what the aircraft type for today is going to be. Getting used to running, and the computer is frozen. The computer's been freezing up a lot, actually, recently. I don't know what it is. But the computer's been freezing up a lot recently. First off, I want to increase that a little bit. Alright. Let's go ahead and get this guy open. Anyway, tonight we get to go from Brisbane, from Darwin to Brisbane. Or eventually get to Brisbane. We have 2 legs to get to Brisbane. Oh dear, what's happening? Nothing important. To Cairns. Getting to Cairns. Then I'd like to get to Brisbane. I'd like to get to Sydney. What aircraft type should we use? I'm tempted to use the Kilo, the 350. I also kind of like the Yokes. Why not the A350 Kilo? Departure time 3.25. Go ahead and get a VATSIM radar. This first leg is going to take about 2.5 hours. So, yeah, the whole place ourselves. 60 and 1. Free flight. Gonna start sounding like an Australian. Because apparently I can do that better than I can do a British I can do British accents quite well. But absolutely suck at American accents. Like it actually, if we're being honest, aside from the fact that I'm an American, it's like a British American. It's actually kind of hard to do American accents now. I mean, every single time I try, it turns out to be more British than anything else. I mean, I don't get what is going on here because the computer keeps freezing up. Wait. Yeah, we'll take 60 and 2. That's where we left off last night at. Simbrief. But yeah, no, it's like every single time I try to, we are at Inky Pop. What are we at again? And by the way, I'll get the description once we get there. Inky Pop and Delta November. Going off to Inky Bravo Charlie Sierra. Speedbed 93 Whiskey. Inter A350 Kilo. And A350-1000. And then we get to Brisbane. But yeah, it's like, I don't know. Australia. And even then, the Australian accents are quite hard. They're quite hard. I mean, but I mean, it's yeah. Oh, we'll talk about more once we get all set up. Pre-file this on that soon before I forget. Yeah, we can go and keep that up. Let me go ahead and get Volanta up as well. So y'all know where we're actually going. Taking A350 Kilo. Yeah, we're actually gonna get to Brisbane today. And then go ahead and quickly restart Volanta. Alright. We're ready to fly. And the jetway is already hooked up for some reason. Shift Charlie. Let's get in this thing. Alright. Get those batteries on. Go ahead and get everything else on. Those set to nav. Alright. Let's go ahead and get Moby flayed up before I forget. Taking the lovely British Airways A350 because it's good. Alright. And you know what? And if no one's saying anything in chat, you'll have, no, I can see chat. Just updating hub presets. There we go. 122.8 in the box. All right. Let's see here. Load sheet. Simbrief import. Set 0 fuel weight. Instant refuel. All right. Flight plan. Let's check it. I got init. Company flight plan. Go ahead and get that. Receive that quite quickly. We're off to Brisbane. Sorry, we're off to Terran. Or sorry, to Cairns. Which is Yankee. Let me just verify that. Yes, it is. Yes. Go get New Sky up. We have about another 15 minutes before our departure. Okay. Departure, what are the winds? ATC com. Quest. I know. Status. What are the winds right now? What are the winds looking like? This will be our longest leg of the day. It's nearly 1,000 nautical mile leg, so it's gonna take us a bit. It'll take us about 2.5, 3 hours to get there. 300 degrees, 12 knots. So we can take runway 29er then. Take runway 29er. What SID does Navigraph have us on? We're gonna call it a straight out departure, I think. Delta. Oh. The route peg 2. I guess we'll take the route peg 2. Inset. And there's most likely discontinuity. NASDAQs and then route peg. Yeah, there is a discontinuity. And then go for insert next waypoint. Our next waypoint is Soka. Yes. There we go. Sometimes you just gotta clear up the discontinuities. Alright. Back to init. Fuel unload. Yeah, I wish there was like a button for this because I kinda want one. Fuel unload. Into that, into that, into that. 306. 306 passengers on board.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard. We are delighted to have you with us today. Please take a moment to stow your carry-on items in the overhead compartments or under the seat in front of you. For your safety, larger items should be placed in the overhead bin and smaller items must be securely stored. If you need assistance, our cabin crew is here to help. We'll be pushing back from the gate shortly, so we kindly ask that you take your seat as soon as possible and clear the aisles.
QNH 1011. 1011 on the QNH. Hang on. Oh. Oh, I know what the issue is. So car. This is a bit of a bug with the AnyBuilds A350. And it's kind of annoying, not gonna lie. Yeah, there we go. Root peg, Saka. Yeah, root peg. And then Saka. Hey, yeah, well, 18.2 tons, that seems alright to me, buddy. Alright, we have to push in about, we have about 10 minutes before we have to push. Or before we must push. Take up performance. Sync FMS. Sync that. Winds are 300 degrees, 12 knots. Okay. Compute 144, 147, 151. Okay, what about flaps 2? Compute. Let's send that to the FMS. And APU on now, because we're going to be pushing back in a few moments. Go and get the fuel pumps on. Auto. Yeah, I don't know what the issue is here, because 18.2, I mean, okay, our alternate, but the thing is that the alternate's Brisbane, and we're gonna have to get the plane on the ground. Unless I wanna regenerate the flight plan with SimBrief, which, yeah, what does SimBrief say we're gonna take in terms of our fuel? SimBrief says, oh, again, froze off 3900. Okay, good. All right. Yeah, no, I don't know what the issue is. Aside from our alternate being literally being Brisbane, we have Townsville, which does have an airport. So, anyway, we are going to push and start in a moment. Okay, radio panel can go ahead and go on. Make sure we are monitoring the cabin. Serve auto. Get that on. Direct flight plan. There we go. Get new sky up. Let's see here. Actually, let's go ahead and wait until this ground. You have an APU available, correct? APU blade can go ahead and go on.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Good, so am I. Start only about 5 minutes running, that's fine.
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
Alright, let's see here. Darwin traffic, Speedbird 93 Whiskey Heavy, stand 2, push and start onto uniform. Darwin traffic. We can really push it and start facing any direction. Beacon on. Alright. Nose right, tail left.
Release parking brakes, please.
They're set? Yeah, they are.
Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
Alright, ignition start. Go and get engine number 2 and engine number 1. Good, engine number 1 and engine number 2. This is a very, very simple push today. So we're at an airport that we're not meant to be at in this big of an aircraft, so.
Welcome aboard this Airbus A350 aircraft. Your safety is our top priority. Please pay close attention to this important safety briefing. Fasten your seatbelt by inserting a metal tip into the buckle. To tighten, pull the strap, and to release, lift the top of the buckle. In case of unexpected turbulence, we'd ask that you keep your seatbelt fastened whenever seated. If the cabin pressure changes, oxygen masks will automatically drop. Pull the mask from, place it over your nose and mouth, and secure it with the elastic band. Breathe normally. Be sure to secure your own mask before assisting others.
Cockpit to ground. We have a
Your
good engine start.
armrest is under or beside your seat. If instructed to use it, slip it over your head, fasten the straps,
Wow.
and pull them
If I
tight.
control check.
Inflate by pulling the red tabs, blowing into the mouthpiece. Only inflate your vest when exiting the aircraft. There is a light and whistle for attracting attention. There are 8 emergency exits on this aircraft.
Line up by
4 in front
across
of
it.
and 4 behind the wing.
Taxi
In
via
the event of
Echo.
an evacuation,
Echo 1.
follow the illuminated exit
Alpha.
signs to the nearest exit. These are being pointed out by your crew now. Please note, the closest exit may be behind you. Please take a moment to review the safety card in your seat pocket for more information. We thank you for your attention, and we hope that you enjoy the flight.
Alright.
Left is clear. Right is clear.
Back to normal. Alright. Let's do our flight controls check now. Alright. Full rudder. Check. Full up. Check. Full down. Check. Full left. Check. Full right. Check. Speed brakes full. Alright, and then give me 1 second to adjust yoke cam, as I usually have to do, because it's annoying. Alright, there we go. Yoke cam is adjusted. Alright, nose lights to taxi, landing lights on, wing lights on. Alright. Darwin traffic speed, bud. 9-3 Whiskey Heavy, gonna be taxiing, holding point Alpha 6 for runway 29, for runway 29er. We're gonna taxi it via Echo, sorry, taxi via Uniform Echo 2 to cross, 29, and then we'll make the, left on Alpha to hold Alpha 6. Darwin traffic. Let's get out of here. Anyway, the flight control check has been completed. Flaps to 1. Flaps to 2 now. Let's verify those beacons are on AFM. Strobies on, nose lights to take off. Get out of here. And be airborne in about 5 minutes. And we're gonna ignore that destination EFOP because we're gonna have 18 whatever fuel on board, and we have other options for diversion. It's a concern because of the alternate requirements. I mean, if we can get to Brisbane, great. I don't think we're going to get to Brisbane, though. But anyway, we're still landing the aircraft. Darwin traffic, speedbird 93 Whiskey Heavy, crossing runway 29er. Darwin traffic. Darwin traffic, speedbird 93 Whiskey Heavy clear of runway 29er. Darwin traffic. Auto brake to RTO. Ground spoilers to arm.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. This is your captain speaking from the flight deck. On behalf of the entire crew, I'd like to welcome you on board today's flight. We're just about ready for departure, and the weather en route looks generally smooth with some light turbulence, so we're expecting a pleasant flight. We'll keep you updated on our progress throughout the flight, but in the meantime, sit back, relax, and enjoy the in-flight entertainment. Thank you for choosing to fly with us today.
Alright. And yeah, we're just gonna take off up to 390. Not gonna let get our thing, we're just gonna do a bit of a straight out departure, I think. You're not quite ready, not quite. Big to departure. Darwin traffic, speedbird 93 Whiskey, heading lining up runway 29er. Departure will be the Rupeg 2 departure. Darwin traffic. Darwin traffic, speedbird 93 Whiskey Heavy, taking off runway 29er, Rupeg 2 departure. Darwin traffic. Thrust is set. Manflex 72, auto thrust blue, SRS green. $80 knots, check. 100 knots, check. 120, check. V1 and rotate. Positive rate, gear up. And we are in the level turn. First first climb. Begin to chuck them flaps away. Darwin traffic, speedbird 93 Whiskey Heavy, airborne now passing. We'll call it 1700, climbing now, flight level 390, turning direct Rupeg. Darwin traffic. Do, 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 do. Localizer away. Flying over Australia. Continue a decent climb. You should only have to make small slight adjustments. You're doing it right. There's no need for trim in an Airbus. Not like this anyway. Trims it automatically. Alright. Where's hand flying it still? Autopilot on. Alright. Ground spoilers away. Flaps are all away. That's a good climb view right there. That's a good climb view. Yeah, no, that's actually a really beautiful climb view right there. Airborne bound for Chiron. And then we get to go off to Brisbane. And then off to Sydney. Sydney's will be the last leg of tonight, though. Yeah. ETA is 4520. I don't know if that's accurate or not. I don't have my little clock up. I don't have my. I need to get an actual like a Zulu clock because so I don't know. I need to get like an actual clock up. Current time Zulu is 1:34. Yeah, 3 hours ish. That's about what I'd expect. Yeah, that's about what I'd expected, for being honest. We don't see us landing before about midnight. This is estimating about an hour earlier. So maybe we'll land around midnight. I don't know. I don't know. I kind of have a hard time believing that, though. And then we get to go off to our alternate for this leg. Alright. Passing 10,000. We can throw the landing lights off. Wing lights. Oh, wing lights off. We can keep on. Nose lights off. Yeah, and we're actually gonna get to Brisbane tonight. Tonight we're actually gonna get to Brisbane, and we're actually gonna get to Sydney as well tonight, because it's a 900 nautical mile leg, and then it's a 700 nautical mile leg, and then it's a 500 nautical mile leg. which I should really milk that for all it's worth, because the next leg beyond Sydney is a 1200 nautical mile one. So yeah, the next one, the next two, it'll be like one of those things where we're not gonna use time excel because I don't believe in it. But it's gonna be one of those things that yeah, it's gonna be one of those things where we're gonna knock out. It'll be the only leg for the night, or we'll do that one in the next one beyond it. But yeah, the next few are gonna be quite long, and the next few we may or may not do in a triple. But the 350 isn't bad at all. The 350 isn't bad either. So but yeah. Bum 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 bum. All right. Quickly, verify that. Yeah. So something did blow up. Sorry. Let's see. Anyway, we are airborne bound for Brisbane, bound for Karen. So, and we'll see how big of an airport that is. This is a 900 nautical mile leg though, and I wanted to do this for that very reason. I wanted to do this thing in something a bit better, something a bit bigger than a 321 or a 320 or whatever. And we're gonna have a few of these. We're gonna have a few legs up here coming up that we're gonna have to use. We're gonna have to suck it up and use the 320 or 73 whenever PMDG decides to do that. Even though I absolutely hate 73s in real life, I think they're unsafe, and yeah. Gonna take out the headset now. Still climbing over beautiful, beautiful Australia. Yeah, no, so it turns out that I can't really do a Southern American accent anymore. I mean, it's kind of hard. I mean, maybe I can do one. Maybe I can pull out a few words here or there, but it's like I actually cannot do that anymore, which is insane. Because I used to do it really well, actually. I used to do it really well, and then I guess what happened is I started flying for aeronaut because, and people can actually tell in my voice. I mean, I've had several people come up to me recently and say, "Are you from London?" And my response is, "No, I'm not from London. I'm from Baltimore." Though I'm a proud Brit as well. I'm a British American, and I'm not afraid to admit it. But still, it's like so many people have come up to me recently and have been like, "Are you from London?" And I'm just like, my family is. I'm not really. I mean, my family is. My family's both Irish and British. The British side is from the London area. In fact, the hospital right across from the Elizabeth Tower, my grandparents used to work in that hospital.
But I mean, me not really, and you know, I spend a week or two there every year. But yeah, no, and then I guess I started flying for Airline and flying for British Airways because it's like people can recognize me more as a Brit now than they can an American, and I just don't know how that's. I don't know how the fuck that's happening. You know, I just really don't know how the fuck that's managing to happen, but it is. It is. And once again, just don't ask me how that's happening. But, you know, I've had several people come up to me recently as I take their orders, and they're like, "Are you from Britain?" And I'm like, "No, I'm not really from Britain. My family is, but I'm not really." Yeah, well, whatever. Because, you know, and it's like I used to do a really good American accent. I used to do like a really good Southernly American accent, and now it's like whenever I try, it just turns into a jumbled mess of British and Australian. If that, you know, it's like I really can't do it anymore. So, yeah. Meanwhile, if you try to listen to me on Unicom, you can definitely tell that I'm American. So, you can definitely tell that I'm American on Unicom. But, yeah. I don't know what's causing that. I really don't know. See here. Yes, may I help you? May I help you, bud? You gonna get up here? Yeah, no, there's not really anything up here that you can have. You just want my lap, huh? Is that what you want? You just want my lap? Is that all you want? Just want my lap? Yes. Yeah, I know there's not really that much up here for you. I mean, I don't even have any bones up here. Oh, I actually do have it there, but I'm through them out, actually. Actually, I'll throw them out in a few minutes. Oh, it's finally, so we better turn on the fucking heat. It's been, actually reasonably chilly down here recently. Actually really chilly down here recently. And the issue is that I've been right there, and that's why it's like this area, this whole area, it's like the coldest it gets in the house, which is nice during summers, until it turns to night, in which it actually gets pretty fucking cold down here. But I guess it's gonna be nice when it comes to the winters. Last year was still freezing cold down here, to be 100% crystal clear, so. But yeah, no. We'll see. We will see. Alright. We are in a 10. We are at Rupeg now. And yeah, the destination estimated fuel on board is not looking great now. Rupeg direct to Sakar. Is that where our top descent is? Yeah. You know, they didn't do an update recently because it kind of feels like used to not like take you like to the next page. No. Did they do an update to this recently? I don't know. Yeah, it's 17.7 on the fuel. So. Alright. To what we were doing last night. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah. So after what we were doing last night, so what we were doing last night was beginning to work on a new tour that I'm gonna actually send off to Grumpy, to Mr. Grumpy Pants, and he's gonna throw it on New Sky for Aeronaut, a all U.S. 50 state capital tour, right? And so the rules are, the guidelines are, you're gonna visit all 50 states. Aside from maybe Alaska and Hawaii. Hawaii, I put in a note here. For Hawaii, I put in a note on Hawaii. This is a 5-hour flight from anything else. So I don't know if he's gonna try to include it. And actually, whatchamacallit is most likely the same going to Fairbanks. Going to Fairbanks is most likely, it's most likely a 5-hour flight as well. So, I just want to go ahead and where is it? Text wrapping. Where is text wrapping? There we go. Alright, Texas, Dallas, Texas. That is KDTW. Or no, it's not. Hey Google, what is the capital of Texas? Okay. Oh, it's Austin. Awesome. In that case, that should be pretty good. I thought it was Austin actually. Texas, Austin, Fort Worth, Austin, Texas. Let's see here. We are ABA or ABI. Bergstrom International. It's a little like Heathrow. Has potential for it to be like Heathrow. It's gonna be what? What's the IK over that? IKO KAOS. Alright, Utah. Salt Lake City, Utah. Hey Google, what is the capital of Utah? Salt Lake City. Alright. Here, actually, let me just do this. Okay, and that's gonna be what? Okay, so I'll see. International. Vermont. I'll verify all these in a moment. Vermont. Hey Google, what is the capital of Vermont? Hey Google, what is the capital of Vermont? Montpelier. Capital of Vermont. Montpelier. And I highly doubt there is an airport there. Berlin. That doesn't really have anything though. Now, does it? No, not really. Not up here. Anything up here? No. So, nothing there. Yeah, Vermont's like one of those places where I'm kind of surprised they vote the way that they do. Plattsburgh. But, I mean, A, that's not in Vermont, so it doesn't count. So, Bayer, maybe? No. Let's see if this is State Airport. I don't think anything is there. St. John's Bury. Anything out here? Not seeing anything. Nothing sizable. Lydian, maybe? No. I forget north to Newport. Surely Newport's got something. No. Debbie, maybe? No. No. Well, that's another GA airport, though. Yeah, man, there's not like a single good airport in Vermont. Bentington, maybe? Another state airport, but once again, that doesn't offer a single thing in terms of that. In fairness, I mean, Boston is like right there. Rutland? Maybe Rutland? Yeah. Maybe Brandon. Yeah, I'm just not like seeing anything from here in Vermont. Stowe? Stowe, maybe? No. Damn it, I was not expecting Vermont to be like the worst place. Oh, here's one. Burlington International. Alright. Get BBT. Burlington. Let me just verify the ICAO. Yes. Alright. Virginia. Now, Virginia's interesting. Alexa, what is the capital of Virginia? It's Richmond, I think.
Virginia's capital is Richmond.
Alexa, shut up. Alexa. Alexa, shut up. Alexa, shut up.
You know, I'm tempted to get rid of this. Virgin, or Richard. Richmond. Richmond International. By the way, I don't really consider anything international unless British Airways flies out. Unless there's direct flights to London. Just to say it. Okay, Rick. Washington State. So that's going to be Oregon. Or Washington State. Seattle. Hey Google, what is the capital of Washington State? Oh, actually, that's an option. Olympia. Because where does BA, or sorry, where does Boeing? Up here at Everett. We're gonna do something. And they do have a terminal as well. Oh. Hayden Field. But no. You know what's right here? Right here is the Boeing factory. That's right here. Yep. That is going to be KPA. Yep, the place where bones are made, or if you want another option, you do have Seattle International somewhere. You have Seattle and Tacoma International, which is a bit less exciting. West Virginia. Oh, what if West Virginia's gonna be a hard one as well? Hey Google, what is the capital of West Virginia? Hey Google, what is the capital of West Virginia? I don't know where it is actually. There it is. Charleston. Charleston. Good luck finding an airport is the answer. What? Surely that's not an international. I don't know the fuck it is, but for United, yeah. Virginia International. Jaeger. Alright, Wisconsin. I think Wisconsin's probably one that we're gonna. That'll be easy. We're coming at the end of this. Milwaukee. Hey Google, what is the capital of Wisconsin? Madison. And I can imagine that it'll be. They don't really have a good airport. They do. It's a regional one. Dane County Regional. Okay, who operates there though? You got the terminal right there. Dane County. Or you could come over here to Milwaukee. And Milwaukee has a decent sized one as well. I'm just going to recommend Milwaukee. Small drive, but worth it over other options. Wyoming's going to be the final one, or the final proper U.S. state, and then we're going to throw Reagan in for DC and recommend it. Okay. Milwaukee. We're straight off to Wyoming, which is good luck finding anything from Wyoming. Hey Google, what is the capital of Wyoming? Maybe we'll find this thing down here. So it's Cheyenne. Alright, and then what airport's right there? So it's a regional airport. They have a terminal though. Meant for military aircrafts, I guess. It's a regional airport. Okay, what about up here at Cody? It's a regional. Do they have just an actual terminal? They have, I think, at least something for RJs, for CRJs. Maybe Casper has something decent. It's an international airport. Where's the terminal though? There's the terminal. Because oh, okay, that's the terminal. Casper, KCBR, Casper, County, International. Alright, and then for DC, DC, I'm recommending Reagan. So DC, for DC, I'm just going to recommend Reagan because it's a good airport. Can't use it. Reagan International. Okay. What's that? Ronald Reagan International. Really fun. And then Puerto Rico. I don't know what the capital is of Puerto Rico. Hey Google, what is the capital of Puerto Rico? San Juan. Yeah. Here's let me just open this one up because it is the ICAO is Tango Juliet Sierra Juliet. Lewis RN International. All right. Let's take a look here. Text wrapping. Alright, and then we can go my recommended sequence here. Alright, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna map this out here. And actually use this new map. Alright, I'm gonna recommend we start out at Newark. Wherever that airport is. I recommend we start out at Newark and get up. Actually, no, we can go to Newark. Go to Columbus. Columbus ass. Yeah, we can go to Columbus and then go to we can knock these out up here wherever. Alright. We can go to actually let me said something else for that,
didn't we?
to Lansing. And then I guess we can go. That's off to Wisconsin. Oh no, then we get to go off to. Let's go Iowa next. And for Iowa, what do we say for Iowa? Des Moines. Actually, no. Is there? Can we do this actually via this? I don't know. Here, hang on. Let me take a look. Doesn't this guy offer an option? Short name. Exony. No. Let me see here. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, taking a look back at our flight, our ETA is currently 327 Zulu. Currently at 2 and 3 Zulu, so we got plenty of time to do this. Alright. Let me put this over here. Get OBS kind of like overlaid on top of it. Hang on, that's here. Hang on, sorry, ladies and gents. Sorry, everyone. Alright, no, I'll just put that right there for right now. Alright. There we go. Alright. XMO. US. 50 states. Alright, let's see here. At first point, you said Newark. Oh, I ended off at LaGuardia. How about that? And we said our next appointment would be Columbus. No, Barnaby. Good now. So our first waypoint would be Columbus. Off to, and then, actually, let's go to Kentucky first. And so for Kentucky, we said Louisville. It's the capital. And we said, let's see here, Louisville International. Alright, and then let's go off to go off to Tennessee, which for Tennessee, it's in Nashville. Well, no, let's not do that then. Let's see here. Let's go off to, I think Richmond would be fair to go to next. Then we can go up to, I guess what we can do now is we can go up to, we can go Providence, maybe? Yeah, let's go off to Providence. Knock out all these, and then for Maine, then, hang on, from Maine, we could go to Vermont next. So, hang on, what did we say for Maine? Augusta? Portland International. Is it for Maine? Final way. Or no. This is check that away. Alright, so, okay, anyway. We said we'd start out at Newark. Undo. Redo. Done. X, okay. So we said we start out at Newark. Off to Columbus. Oh wait. Hang on, wait, what? Hang on. For Ohio, let me see. That's the airport we put in. For Ohio. No wait, that's not the airport we put in. Put in the other one. Put in the other one. But actually, we might swap that actually. Maybe because I'm not seeing an extra terminal there. Yeah, let me quickly swap that. Where is that? Ohio. John Glenn International. Hey Google, what is the code for John Glenn Columbus International Airport? Of course, didn't listen. Keeping an eye out on the timing. I was curious on what we are doing. We are currently planning the aeronaut around the USA tour, which is going to include a stop in Honolulu. I don't know. It depends. We're gonna see how far it is. Then I'm gonna recommend to Grumpy that if we actually add it, if it's like 1,200 nautical miles, then we're gonna. Then I'm gonna recommend to Grumpy that either A, we don't do it, or B, we do it. But we try to figure out some then California into like 2 or 3 airports. So, it's here. John Glenn International. That is. Charlie Mike Houston. Okay. Alright. And then we can go from there. Let's see, let's go from there to Nashville, Tennessee. Once again, I think I might have messed this up. Again, Nashville, for Tennessee. No, I did this. All right, there's a relatively short one. Let's get off to Oklahoma. I guess you can go from there to Louisiana. We said for Louisiana, we said Baton Rouge. Baton Rouge International. Sorry, Baton Rouge Metropolitan. Where is that? Where is that's Baton Rouge right there. International, by the way. Right, there it is. Oh, Baton Rouge Metropolitan, which does have a terminal. Good. And then I guess we can go from Louisiana to, let's go ahead and get to Missouri. And from Missouri, what did we say for Missouri? Missouri. Springfield. We said Springfield National, which is, I don't know where. Verify once again, it does have an actual terminal. Yes. to let's get over to Denver, or let's get over to Denver now, wherever that is. There is Denver International. Hang on. No, that works. That works for me. Alright. And then we can get up to Montana. And for Montana, let's see here. Let's see, Helena. Where's Helena at? Helena Regional, which has a few. Does have a few terminals. Alright, and then from Helena at sort of 500 off the mile. Let's go to let's go to Albuquerque next. New Mexico, yeah, Albuquerque International. Actually, hang on, that's a little far. What about Utah? What about, so, for Oregon, yeah. Portland, Oregon. Instead, and then to and then to Sacramento. And then we're going to take a look at this, at the best way to get to Hawaii. There's that one, where we have that one. There. But I hope to get to Honolulu. So we're at 3447 now. Let's see here. Oh, and that's nearly 2,000 nautical miles. Now, in that case, if we were to go from LAX, make a pit stop at LAX. Make a pit stop. So we're at 3770 now. Get off to Honolulu. That's 2,200 nautical miles right there. And then we'll go back to LAX. Yeah, I'm gonna tell Grumpy that is an optional leg because that is because of the length. Alright. And then from LAX to, let's go up to Idaho, up to Boise. For Idaho, that's what we said, right? It's in Boise for Idaho. Let's see here, Idaho. Yeah, Boise. Which, once again, doesn't have a proper terminal. Yeah, it does. It does. And and then we get to go from Boise to Seattle. And I'm recommending this right here, Pete Field. And then you get to go up to, so we're at 9162 now. Fairbanks, let's see here. That's 1,500 nautical mile, like right there. Wait, hang on. Yeah, that's a 1,500 nautical mile, like right there. Once again, come back to, and then actually, tell you what, we can make this other leg to Seattle, Tacoma. Oh, there's that one. There's another one. SeaTac. So that's my recommendation right there. Alright, and then we can go off to, let's go North Dakota next up. That'd be another good leg. Let's see here. North Dakota. What did you say? Brisbane. And once again, it does have some terminal. Yeah, it does. Maybe a small one, but it does have one. And then I guess from there we can go to. Let's get off to Wisconsin, then let's get off to Milwaukee. Yeah, then Milwaukee. So we're at 13. Oh, that's here. Actually, let's go from Milwaukee down south a bit. Let's go from Milwaukee to West Virginia. But let's go to West Virginia from Milwaukee. Huntington, sorry. For West Virginia. Say again. West Virginia. Charleston. Which is right now, isn't it? Yeah, Charleston. That's a decent line right there. Off to Atlanta. And then we can go off to Indianapolis. And then actually we'll come back to Alabama. And for Arkansas, what did we say for Arkansas? Little Rock. Is it Little Rock for Arkansas? Sorry, hang on. Really? Yeah. Oh, that. Yeah, we said Little Rock, but that's like the issue with Little Rock. Because it's Bill and Hillary Clinton, and though I'm gonna put it in, but I'm also gonna tell Grumpy that if he wants to, it doesn't take much, and it's not a bad idea to go to Portsmouth. Alright, then we can go to Iowa now. Demo. Alright, and then we can go. Let's go to Kansas. Oh, that's gonna be quick. It's gonna be a little short. What did we say for Nebraska again? Nebraska. That's like best we can. That's the best accent I can do. Keeping an eye out on the plate. We got about an hour left. Lincoln. That's too short. What about South Dakota? For South Dakota, we said Pierre. Or, sorry, Aberdeen Regional. Yeah, let's get up to Aberdeen. They do have they do technically have a terminal. So, may not mean anything. Alright. Do the Montana leg. We've already done the Montana leg, actually. Do the Wyoming leg from here. Wyoming to Chennai. Just Cheyenne. Where was that one again? See, it's right in the buddy face. Let's read those. So Cheyenne Regional, right? Oh, yeah, there's no actually. Oh, he said Casper. Casper County, whatever that is, wherever that is, where there is technically a terminal. All right, and then I guess that right there is a good time to make our way off to. Let's go Phoenix next. Yeah, let's go Phoenix next, and then we can go like around like that. Or actually, let's do the Nevada leg, and then so Vegas for Nevada. Yeah, I put Vegas for Nevada, right? Yeah. Get your ass down to Vegas. And then we can go to Albuquerque. Then we can go to. Okay. Now this next one gonna be a little short, which it might be. To go to Austin. Well, it shouldn't be. Austin, Texas. I'm not finding the airport. So we're at 16872. No, that's actually really long, actually. And then we can go up to Oklahoma. And then what did we say for Oklahoma? Oklahoma City. Is that it? No, it's Northville. Alright there. Will Rogers International. Go to Utah, Salt Lake City, this actually look like? And that's actually, hang on.
So that one was, yeah, nearly 900. All right, Nebraska. So we come back to Nebraska, and we said that for Nebraska it would be Lincoln. Yeah, that's a good one, small one right there. Let me just verify that this thing does have an actual reasonable terminal. Doesn't. At least not what I'm seeing. Well, that's a hangar right there. Might have to change this one out. We may have to change this one out actually.
The other options. Because I'm not actually seeing a real terminal right there. Well, actually I'm seeing plenty of buildings though. Ah yes, there is a real terminal. Alright. And then we can go to Salt Lake City now. And then we get to go from that to Kansas, which we said
Kansas. What would you say for Kansas?
Topeka. Or Manhattan Regional. The reason that Kansas City is not actually an option is because it's not actually in Kansas. It's next city over. Manhattan. This thing does have an actual terminal, right? Yeah, it does. Maybe a small one. Hang on. Another 700 nautical mile away. Trying to keep these guys as short as possible. Alright, and then we can go from Kansas down to Jackson, Mississippi.
What did we say for Mississippi? We said Jackson. Sorry, Mississippi.
Yeah, we said Jackson.
Right.
Yeah. Is it, no, not that one. Yeah, that one's not bad. Not that bad, like, no. Hang on, yeah. It was 9, yeah, it's about a 500 nautical mile one. And then we can make our way down to Miami. Miami-Dade. Yeah, where's Miami at? So we're at 19.7. 700 nautical one, and then oh, actually today. Where do we go? 10-1. 61. No, that's not 1,000 nautical mile. Then we can go to Fort Lauderdale. Alabama, or actually, let's go to South Carolina next. Columbia, South Carolina. I mean, you still have a lot of ways to go up there as well. South Carolina. Yeah. Columbia, South Carolina. There should be a massive report we should be able to find relatively easily in a moment.
That's in a time of 4.
We have to begin to take a look at that here soon.
Hang on, really? Really already? Really? My goodness.
Columbia, South Carolina. Should have airport somewhere. I'm not seeing it.
We said Columbia.
Metropolitan. Yeah. Okay. Alabama now. We'll knock out all this again. Just to figure out. So Alabama said for Alabama. What did we say for Alabama? Montgomery. Montgomery Regional. Wherever that is. That's not it. I keep forgetting that's not it. Montgomery Regional. It's a nice short leg. And then up to Charlotte. I'm sorry, actually up to. Hang on.
For this one, we said for North Carolina, we said
Durham. That's nice. Oh, that's 700. That's about 700 nautical miles. And then for Virginia, we said Richmond. I'm curious to see how short these guys gonna be. I mean, it's short. I'll give you that. And then I guess what we can do from Richmond, we can go up to. Let's go up to Connecticut. So for Connecticut, what did we say for Connecticut? Hartford. No, actually, no, we didn't say New Haven. I'm just verifying there. For this one, there is actually a terminal right there. There is not. Really? This is a GA airport. Actually, that does not look like the biggest runways either. Here it is. It's right here. Terminal's right here. So, I mean, if it counts, it counts. And we can go from there to Delaware, maybe. Actually, we still need to be Pennsylvania. Actually, let's go up to Maine. I can stop in Providence. Oh. Let's go knock out the Vermont leg. Vermont, we said Montclair. Is it Burlington? Wherever Burlington is. Look, there is a terminal right there. Okay, Maine. Well, let's get to Providence. Are we gonna take a look at our
aircraft in a moment.
Heading down to Delaware. Even though Delaware is not. No, we still need to do Fort Worth, actually. In that case, actually, I'll tell you what. In that case, what we'll do is go Providence to Philly. get to Maine. Actually, no, go Philly. Oh. That's actually still a little short. Yeah. Go Philly to Maine, just do this exact pattern. So, Philly to Portland. And then to Baltimore. And then Baltimore to New Hampshire. She said, what did you say for New Hampshire? Concord. That's right. Manchester, Boston Regional. Alright. And then I'm tempted. I'm tempted to be bad here because I think we're out of states beyond that. I think we're just quite literally out of states beyond that. I wanted to end it off at LaGuardia. I think we could end it off. Well, even then, that's actually kind of a little. Okay, let's make a pit stop in Buffalo, a part of New York. Oh, even then, somebody get to Boston. Oh. Anyway, go to. Oh, I'm an idiot. We can easily go to Reagan. We can easily go to Reagan. And then off to Boston. Boston, and then LaGuardia. Ended off at LaGuardia. Not there. LaGuardia. Done. The same as any states, which I don't think I did. There might be a way to do. Actually, I'm gonna ask AI. Here, I'm gonna ask AI. I'm tempted to ask AI what an AI thinks because I don't like that zigzag pattern right there. Man. That's a lot of zigzag pattern. That's kinda not what I want to write. That's because I was gonna find our founding fathers decided to put a lot of states right there. We'll ask AI. We'll ask AI. We'll ask Gemini or something to do it for us to see what an AI comes up with. So. Not exactly that interesting of stuff. Not gonna lie. Yeah, I know our destination estimated fuel on board is below our minimum. To get to Brisbane, we're going to land this thing at Carrier. And we're gonna go off to Brisbane. And then we get to go off to Sydney. Get to go off to Sydney, Australia. So. And we'll end it off at Sydney. We'll end the night off at Sydney, to be crystal clear, because the next legs are also quite bad. Quite bad and quite long. actually like really not thrilled about all of that because out here you have a lot of legs out here. Try to keep them above. I'll ask an AI in a moment. Anyway, let's take a look here. I can go ahead and re-maximize that. Keep that small. So, flights. Sorry. Remove that one. Good. This one. Seabird. Alright. They're recommending runway 33 for Ontario. Yeah, I'll take runway 33. We'll take, is it RNAV or localizer? Yeah, no, it's RNAV. That's fine. And we'll take the RNAV X-ray final. It's on 10,000 foot runway, correct? Yeah, it's still 10,000 foot runway. That's only a 10,000 foot runway. Yeah, and then arrivals. Into Alpha. Or let's just go well, Kiwi or Yankee or look at that. What's that arrival look like? Yeah, we'll go that one. Slight flight plan modification. So take runway, approach via runway 33. Approach via the RNAV. You have us on the RNAV X-ray. And on the outlet for X-ray. Or the QE4 X-ray. What do you have us on? Transition. Alright, and then we can go now. We can go direct. Okay, insert that, and then we can go direct to outlet now. And take a look at that sim radar. We need to begin our descent in about 10 minutes or so. Then we'll get down from here down to Brisbane. And we do have some, oh, you do have some ATC for Brisbane. So, we do have some ATC for Brisbane. lucky. By the time we get to Sydney, we'll have some really good controllers. What time is it for Australia? Hey Google, what time is it currently in Brisbane? Yeah, what I thought. So it's mid-afternoon, so yeah, we should be getting some ATC for once. Just sour cream and onion. And our top drop is approaching here soon. Yeah, moving around Australia. And just be crystal clear, once we land, or once we get back up in the air, bound for Brisbane, what we will do is we will go ahead and do something, or we'll go ahead and schedule out Marsh. A weekly Baltimore to Heathrow. With Heathrow to Baltimore, will likely make it tomorrow, Wednesday as well. After we're gonna try to make the Heathrow to Baltimore a true time flight as well. So. Alright, we are approaching top and drop here in a moment. Since we gotta get the headset back on. Get this back to ARC. I don't actually like nav, I like it set to ARC. Easier for me. I know you like this. Oh yeah, that real good. 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 And I've been sitting on my lap the entire day. I'm sleeping and sitting on my lap the entire day. What's up, Dad? You love me? You got some time with your mother? Oh, I went to work for 3.5 hours. Alright, your budget down. Down. Wait. Alright. Yeah, top and drop in a moment. Alright, descent is down to altitude 7,000 feet of YBCS. So now altitude 7,000 feet, level by Kiwi. Carnes traffic, speedbird 93 whiskey, heavy, beginning descent now. Down to out 7,000 feet, level by waypoint Kiwi, and that is on the downwind for an RNAV X-ray for runway 33. Cairns traffic. Alright. Let's see how it does in terms of the VNAV descent path. See how it does. And then I'll stop harvesting on chips. On crisps. I swear that they put some kind of like cocaine or whatever, something. I swear they put something in it, in those crisps, to get them to be so good. Get them to the point where once you begin to eat them, you cannot stop. Alright. In the meantime, give me a bit of milk. Well, while we descend. Definitely tell you're descending right there. And if we need to, in going to begin to take a look at this RNAV X-ray approach. So we begin at lever. Okay, we begin at lever. 3,000, the K, and then it's short flying. 3,000 over the runway, or over those mountains. Alright, that'll be interesting. Everything alright there, bud? Yeah, okay, that's gonna be interesting. So, 330 degree heading, so, and then at, Charlie, it's about a 6 mile final, but still will be fully configured early on in the approach. So, you know, either way, we'll be treading through some mountains like we did at Triphoven. What are you doing here? This just wants a little bit of drag, I think. Doesn't want much, but it does want a little. A little bit of drag right there, I think. That's enough drag. Work for now, anyway. Yeah, now we'll be treading through some mountainous terrain, though. So, we will want to be fully configured early. Are there any holds on this arrival? No, there are not. That is interesting. Yeah, no, that's interesting. There are precisely 0 holds on that arrival. In that case, I'll probably want to take this over by hand in a moment. In terms of this descent. Meantime, landing lights on to the extra higher elevation. Alright, and we do need some performance data. Destination. Sorry. Performance. Approach. And let's see here. It's going to be 290 degrees, 9 knots. 290 at 9. Q8, or sorry, the temperature 31. No clouds detected. Nice. QNH 1010. 1010 on the QNH. And then on the Barrow, 830 on the Barrow. 830 on the Barrow. You kind of looks like you need it. Yeah, you kind of need that. You kind of need the help there. Down to speed 250 knots slowly. Cairns traffic, speedbird 93 whiskey heavy. Descent now altitude 7,000 feet. With the speed or slowing speed of 250 knots. Inbound for the RNAV X-ray for runway 33 via the Kiwi for X-ray arrival. Cairns traffic. Cairns retiring is landing lights are on. Clouds detected. Yeah, I'm detecting some clouds, but yeah, no significant clouds anyway. The reason why this shouldn't be visual. No. Bum 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 bum. And then after this, we get to make our way down to Brisbane. And then Sydney. I'll show you. 1010. It's in now. It's in. We are a little on the fast side. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, we are a little on the fast side. Alright, if we need to, we're gonna add enough rudder. We're gonna actually use rudder on this landing. So yeah, let's look at that. Down to an altitude of 3,500. Karen's traffic, Speedbird 93 Whiskey, heavy descent now down to altitude 3,500 feet, level by Kiwi. Karen's traffic. Do. No. And then we have another waypoint beyond that. Yeah. We'll have it there, and then we'll use that time to get fully configured. That's what we'll do. 1,000 feet run is what I need though. Yeah, we'll use that time to slower speed to get fully configured for landing. That's what I'm thinking. Some gorgeous views of the Australian mountains. There we go. I shall save that for later on Discord. We don't need to get there on livery. Yeah, we really need to get there on livery. Stunning views of the Australian mountains. Yeah, I need to get the aeronaut livery for this plane and every other plane, and I need to continue to remind David that he owes me a 772 livery as well. So that's what we need to begin to do. Auto brake. Yeah.
Yeah, I know our speed. I know I exceeded the speed limit. I know. Yeah, and I'll use this upcoming few miles or so to drop our speed down by about 100. By about 100 knots or so. Is what we're gonna do. We'll have to drop it by about 100 knots. I should begin to do that now. Begin to drop it down now. Should mean 230 knots. Cairns traffic, speedbird 93 Whiskey Heavy. Speed now 230 knots. Direct now to Levoop, and that is on the RNAV X-ray arrival for runway 33. Cairns traffic. In Cairns traffic, speedbird 93 Whiskey Heavy. It's gonna slow our speed by Levoop down to about 140 knots. We're gonna be fully configured for the landing early, and we have plenty of fuel on board. So for it, Cairns traffic. Speed. Okay. Flaps. We are cleared for the approach. Gonna get the gear down. Oh, wait a minute. No, 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 no. Alright, yeah. And go ahead and take the RNAV. I'll switch over by hand. Gear down. Maintain speed of 140 knots. And Cairns traffic, speedbird 93 Whiskey Heavy about to enter RNAV X-ray for runway 33 with a speed of about 140 knots. Cairns traffic. Yeah, and we're gonna go over there. We're gonna go over those mountains through that. That's what we're gonna do, and then establish ourselves. And it'll maintain 3,500 until the next point. And then at the next waypoint, we will go ahead and begin this. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. In a moment, we're currently leveled at altitude 3,500 feet. We are going to witness an interesting but fun arrival into runway 33 into Cairns. The reason I say it's going to be interesting is because it's kind of a circled land. It's a very, very short final. In the meantime, you get some absolutely stunning views of Australia. Some of these Australian mountains. Anyway, thank you all so much for flying with us, and we will meet you on the ground. Alright.
we have to be prepare for any significant winds that may decide to come our way. So I can get yoke cam up now. Do 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 do. No 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 no. Do 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 do. Trying to correct for it, that's fine. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. My controls now. Maintain this altitude right now. Everything is on. Landing checklist is complete already. Go ahead and begin our drop. I'm in control right now, by the way. Karen's traffic, Speedbird 93 Whiskey Heavy, is in the base for RNAV 33. Karen's traffic. In case you go around, it is kind of the same as this approach. We are a little off on the RNAV, I'm not gonna lie. Is there in a plane that's really not meant for RNAV arrivals? We're feeling a little low. I'm gonna begin our turn now.
2,500.
Noted.
$2,000.
Noted. A little early. Go ahead and straighten up a little. Last call, Karen's traffic, Speedbird 93 Whiskey Heavy, short final now. RNAV 933. Last call, Kane's traffic. Run a big lay down. Good. Drop now.
$2,500.
Noted. Still don't know where the frickin' airport is. Oh yeah, nice, yep. We are visual. How is it that how is it that I suddenly love RNAV arrivals? I used to avoid them at all costs.
2000.
But it, yeah, we are a little off, not gonna lie. Not that I suddenly love RNF arrivals. Yeah, we aren't. We're still a little off. Alright, you're looking a lot better than we were. Final call, Carnes traffic, Speedbird, and 93 Whiskey, heavy landing, runway 33, last call, Carnes traffic. Oh dear. We are fully established on the RNAV. We are visual with the runway. And we are so a tad high, I can feel that. Just a tad high. Getting higher. So yeah, that's falling a little. Let's plummet a little.
Mm-hmm. 1000.
Noted.
100 above.
And back down. Not gonna lie, this is almost a go around.
Minimum.
Continue. We are. Go ahead and pull back up a little. Nose back down.
500.
Noted.
400.
It's fine. Well, no, don't pull this at the last second.
300.
Okay, so the happies are not accurate. Noted.
Sync rate.
200.
Fine.
100. 90, 80, 70, 60, 50, 40, 30, 20, retard. 10, 5.
Bit of a floater. 171 feet per minute? What the hell? Welcome to Cairns. Welcome to Cairns. Auto brake off. Yeah, we gotta continue on to the next one, unfortunately.
Missed that one.
171 feet per minute. That's quite solid right there. Not gonna lie. That's kind of what I was looking for in these crosswind conditions. Cairns traffic, runway 33 is not vacated. Cairns traffic. No, I just love how it's done that. Alright. Flaps away, nose lights to taxi, APU on 3, 2, 1, 4. There you go. I know I didn't just count. I know that I didn't just count right. There. Flaps away.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our destination. Please remain seated with your seatbelt fastened until the aircraft has come to a complete stop and the seatbelt sign has been turned off. We remind you to check around your seat for any personal belongings before you leave the aircraft. On behalf of the crew, thank you for flying with us today, and we look forward to welcoming you again soon.
Cairns traffic, Speedbird 93 Whiskey. Heavy taxiing via Delta to the international terminal. Cairns traffic. and should just keep our nose wheel right there. Parking will be done for us. Just love when they have those. Just gotta try not to overrun it. How far do we have? Not that far. That'll do. APU is available with engines off.
Alright, let's get down to Brisbane, finally. Let's get down to Brisbane. Alright, well, first off, let's see how we did on that. Apparently this thing is that we were estimated to arrive at time 360. We're over. We are not just early, we are really early. Close flight. .34. What was the issue there? Option line landing.
It wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad. It was not that bad. I mean, it was off center line, I'll give you that, but it was not by that much. I mean, it was by maybe a 6, but not that much.
Still though, great touchdown, normal conditions. Yep. Off to. Alright, now I'm curious about something because I want to see here. Is there any like kind of series? Here is. Okay, what's going on here? Let's see, 3.6. Why not? Oh, A, that's not great. Okay. Yeah, that's not great now, is it? What's that? Like Brisbane International Queen. Let's see how good this is. We'll find out if it's worth downloading. I don't see a reason to. Being 100% honest, I don't see the reason to. Alright, anyway, let's get to Brisbane. Yeah, see the reason to use it, unfortunately. Around the world. Off to Brisbane, which is 700 nautical mile leg. Time. Yep, we can aim for that. From Yankee Bravo Charlie Sierra, so we can profit from that. Okay, Yankee Bravo. Here. In the A350 kilo. Hang on. Charlie, okay. Alright, we're gonna try to be up in there within about 7 minutes or so. Alright, just pre-file this on the VATSIM network. And then add a flight plan. Give y'all that. Alright, we're gonna try to be up in the back in the air in a few moments. Alright. Load sheet. Sorry, sim brief import, set to 0 fuel weight, set instant refuel. Alright. Init. We can get that company flight plan. Inset. Fuel unload. Enter. 246 passengers total. Alright. Performance. Sorry, back to init. Departure.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard. We are
Runway
delighted to have you with us today.
33.
Please take a moment to stow your carry-on items in the overhead compartments
No,
or
sir.
under the seats in front of you. For your safety, large items should be placed in the overhead bin and smaller items must be securely stored.
Init.
If you need assistance, our cabin crew is here to
Take
help.
up performance.
We'll be pushing back from the gate shortly, so we kindly ask that you take your seat as soon as possible and clear the aisles.
Alright. Sync sim brief. Sync that. Config 2. Yep. Actually, I'm tempted. Let's go that. Send that to the FMS. Let me just go ahead and make sure the briefing's on. Confirm those. There we go. Let's get back out. Let's get back out of here. So we can get back out of here. Alright, load sheet. Sorry, ground. Okay, GSX not also gonna help us out today, unfortunately. In that case, this gets to go. I guess we get to give this, we get to give to our perspective now. Pre-plan. Let's go and pre-plan this pushback. News guy, you can go and start that flight now. Karen's traffic, Speedbird 93 Whiskey, push and start. Onto Foxtrot. Karen's traffic. Alright.
Welcome aboard this Airbus A350
Start.
aircraft. Your safety is our top priority.
Get those running.
Please pay close attention to this important safety briefing. Fasten your seatbelt by inserting the metal tip into the buckle.
Alright, let's get out of here.
Pull the strap, and to release.
Quick pit stop for fuel.
In case of unexpected turbulence, we'd ask that you keep your seatbelt fastened whenever seated. If the cabin pressure changes, oxygen masks will automatically drop. Pull the mask hold tube, place it over your nose and mouth, and secure it with the elastic band. Breathe normally. Be sure to secure your own mask before assisting others. Your life vest is under or beside your seat. If instructed to use it, slip it over your head is a light and whistle for attracting attention. There are 8 emergency exits on this aircraft, 4 in front of the wing and 4 behind the wing. In the event of an evacuation, follow the illuminated exit signs to the nearest exit. These are being pointed out by your crew now. Please note, the closest exit may be behind you.
Get that.
Please take a moment to review the safety card in your seat pocket for more information. We thank you for your attention, and we hope that you enjoy the flight.
Alright. Let me go ahead and just take a look here. What? Estimated 151930. Wait, what? That's weird. I don't know. Close all. Alright. Taxi our discretion. But, yeah, dual engine start.
Full. Karen's traffic, Speedbird 93 Whiskey, gonna taxi to holding point Bravo 5, where we will back taxi for runway 33 via Delta and Bravo. Karen's traffic. This thing's ready to go sooner than we are.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. This is your captain speaking from the flight deck. On behalf of the entire crew, I'd like to welcome you on board today's flight. We're just about ready for departure, and the weather en route looks generally smooth with some light turbulence, so we're expecting a pleasant flight. We'll keep you updated on our progress throughout the flight, but in the meantime, sit back, relax, and enjoy the in-flight entertainment. Thank you for choosing to fly with us today.
Alright. Yeah, we'll have to back taxi, unfortunately, that's fine. This airport's meant for 8 through 20, just to say it. So, this is nothing like Madeira, though. I mean, it was fun, but this is nothing like Madeira or even Triphoven. Or, I mean, that thing was low visibility as well. You know, Triphoven was low vis. Yeah, this is nothing like Triphoven now, is it? Karen's traffic, Speedbird 93 Whiskey, entering runway 33 to back taxi runway 33. Karen's traffic. There should be a back taxi field down here. Why do some airports require that you back taxi? That's a good question. The reason why is usually just space and or cost, because if you can add maybe like 20% of the runway, and if you can add just a tiny bit at the end, and it makes you not have to repave an entire another section of the runway, then you'll just do that. Especially on like especially on a long runway like this one.
Right. I mean, that's the reason why. Alright. Karen's traffic, Speedbird, 93 Whiskey Heavy, taking off runway, taking off runway, 33, Karen's traffic. Karen's traffic, Speedbird, 93 Whiskey Heavy, taking off runway 33, straight out departure, Karen's traffic. And Flex 72, Auto Thrust Blue, SRS Green. I'm going to
V1.
rotate. Go back to Flex. Pause rate, gear up. Put some flaps away. The rest of the road climb. You're in a turn now. Karen's traffic, Speedbird, 93 Whiskey Heavy, airborne now. Passing altitude 7, or we'll call that 2,000 feet. Climbing now, flight level 350. Karen's traffic. Gotta avoid some of that being throughout the final flaps. Through the final flaps away. Alright. Flight plan. Autopilot 1. Go. There we go. Now it's a fairly smooth departure. That was a fairly smooth departure, and we should be getting some. I can imagine that from Brisbane we'll be getting some kind of ATC unless they fall hot offline. Yeah, and for Brisbane, yeah, they have. But for Sydney later, we should be fine. No. You should not be descending. Three nine or 0. And we're so low, you can see the trees. We just barely are clearing these mountains, for being honest. Train, pull up! Train, pull up! Train, pull up! Train, pull up! I think we're clear now. Clear of conflict. Yeah, no, if we were at a slower speed, then we would have been fucked. Next again to Brisbane, we'll be arriving with a little bit of rain. But hey, at least we aren't climbing now. We are airborne now, and we are climbing. So, and it's only 11:59. So. Now this Brisbane leg should be pretty short. Only about an hour and a half is my estimate. Hour and a half, 2 hours at absolute max. So, all right. Let's see here. I need some more crisps. That's what I need. Crisps. Extended pressure now. Landing heights off. I'm curious on how badly New Sky's gonna bash us for the landing lights being off while we were on the runway. I don't think it really cares about landing lights though. I think it only cares about beacons and the other stuff. Delicious crisps. And traffic, speedbird 93 whiskey, heavy climbing now, flight level 3990. Traffic. Ground for Sydney. Or sorry, ground for Brisbane. Someone droid take these away from me. Uts, ripples, distracting me, onion. Someone droid take these away from me. Not let me to have them. They're too dangerous for me. Is it past Brisbane yet? Storm, no, it's right over it. Good here. You do have a bit of a storm arriving into Brisbane, so, well, but going by the time we get there, but, no high hopes for that, unfortunately. If need be, it'll be a Cat 3 auto land. That's a good deal. May I help you? No, go ahead. That storm right now is right over Brisbane. We may have to divert. getting there. It's moving in the correct direction. That's whether there's another massive part of it that we may have to be worried about. You'll have to keep that in mind. What does it keep in mind about that storm? I might have to pull a weather radar here in a moment. Yeah, someone's gonna have to take these crisps away from me. No. Put it down. Moving, so we'll see. I'm kind of hoping that the storm is going to clear by the time we get there, but I have my doubts. I mean, I'd be lying to say I didn't if I didn't have my doubts. Sydney's also in the same situation. Solid right now. Alright. Enough crisps. Right, enough crisps. Alright, let's see here. Alright. Let's focus on this again. Let's focus on this again. Alright, so here's the issue. It kind of gets a little messy up here, right? Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie, that kind of gets a little bit messy right there. Let me ask this. What?
Yeah. So I have a list of all
Gear of all of these. Let me ask. Let me ask Gemini actually. Before I ask Google or before I ask whatever. Now making a map of which of how to get to all of them with no less than 250 nautical mile legs. Whilst also being the most efficient as possible. Here, knock them on legs. Here, let me just go ahead and where is it? Now, let me just download this as a Excel. Let's see here.
Let's see how this thing does. Because if it does better than me.
But I did.
It's in the Excel file attached. Let's see here. Let's see here. I'm tempted. this is already just, you know, it just bad out. It just bad out. Massive no. And so, I don't know. Just a sec. Did I break it? Did I break it? Yeah, I did. Okay, let me take a look here. Let me see here. In that case, what we'll do is this. Okay, so. BAFA. MG, or, K, MGM, K lit, K, sorry, K PHX, K SMF, K den, KH VN, KILG, KMIA, KATL, PHNL, PHNL. Let's see here. The I guess PHNL. K-boy. KBOI. KMDW. KIND. Kilo Delta Sierra Mike. Kilo Sierra Delta Fox. Kilo Mike Hotel Kilo. Kilo Kilo Bravo. Okay. R. Got hey Google, what is the code for Portland? Hey Google, what is the code for Portland International? I don't know. Yeah, this is the main. This is the one in main. Portland International Jetport. KPW1. All right. KPWM. KBWI. Boston.
SGF KH LN K LNK KM HT K AWR through New York. Albuquerque next. Okay. ABQ. Okay. KLGA. Let's see here. K. LAS. KRDU, KBiz, KC, CMH, KOKC. Yeah, I can imagine why they didn't put that one. Okay. KPDX. KBHL. KPVD. Providence. KCAE, KABR, KBNA, KAUS, KSCL, KBVT, K Rick. Alright, we're at K-Rick. KPAE. KCRW. KMKE. KCPR. And then Tango Juliet, Sierra Juliet, and then KDCA. All codes. Okay. Codes. Alright, let's see here.
Let's see what this thing brings up. Let's take a look at what this thing's gonna bring up. Okay. And if this doesn't do it, then we know that Gemini's absolutely give a shit. So, if this doesn't, then we'll switch over to Copilot because, yeah. So it's going through though. It's thinking. It's thinking. Aha.
That's one. At least it noticed that. Okay. In that case, let's go ahead and open up Edge. Let's go ahead and open up Copilot then. I just need to adjust the Salt Lake City one. And that is where. And then, what did you say it was? LC. Alright, let's see here. East, the coast-to-coast flight plan. That's not exactly what I told it, though, that I wanted to do. No, that's not exactly what I wanted it to do, though. Yeah. Just a minute. Okay. Just trying to work at the bottom. But hey, it's at least it's attempting it, and we'll double check everything. But yeah. Boom, 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 boom. But here's the thing though. I recommend when you start out there. Oh dear, and it's missing a lot. It's missing a lot. I mean, okay, it's missing a lot. And they're not. That's complete bullshit. You know what that is? That's complete bullshit. That right there is complete and utter bullshit. You know, that's like complete bullshit right there. Because that's even. Yeah. Let's see. So that was ChatGPT 5. Okay, confirm Kaylet. Oh, it's Kaylet. I don't think we have Kaylet. No, this again. should be Burlington for national. BTV. Yeah, BTV. Yeah. Okay, and then no stops for Fairbanks, but no stops for longer flights. Feel free to add other closer airports like KLAX. As a preacher. Multiple aircrafts would most likely be used. However, A3 make it a 321 compatible if but I'll make it A321 LR.
Okay.
Let's see here.
Do do dun 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 do 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 do. No 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 no. I don't exactly like the idea of going to Baltimore from Baltimore to DCA. That's not very far now, is it? I mean, it's not even 200 miles to keep everything. Above.
Can you move around? Okay, let's see here.
No, 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 no. No, no, no. Do, 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 do.
But DCA. Yes. Yes. And could you also? Yes, please. Yeah, let's take a look here. Let's see what it thinks Baltimore is.
enforce the 25, the above. 250. Please. Enforce the 250 nautical mile rule. It's okay if it gets messy. I'm okay with it if it gets messy. Okay. Yeah, no, I like how it said it was considering alternatives, because it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. Yes. Can you give me the please the exact distance. For each leg. Please, the exact distances for each leg. No, you shouldn't. Or does it have Baltimore now? Okay. Replace that with that. Okay. ACRW. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, where's Sky Vector? Let's see your Sky Vector. Sky. We have Sky Vector. What's Sky Vector? Yeah. Alright, let's take a look here. Yes, please. Yes, please. Okay, let's take a look at what this has to offer. Let's take a look at what this has to offer. Let's take a look here. So, all right, let's take a look here. I want to be seen. All right, I guess what we can do here is make it a fresh text file. New text document. XNO US. You can open that thing up. What we can do is Control V that. File, save that. Alright, and then we can just rename this to be a .json. Oh, which I'll do in this.
first off. How the fuck is that not?
This is just to say, how the
Fuck is that not enabled by default? That needs to be. Let's see here. Dot. GS. Yes. What? Fine. Fine. Hang on 1 second. Just be able to see what this looks like. Oh, great. That's going to be an email. Alright. Yeah, apologize, everyone. Okay. Alright, let's see here. Let's go ahead and try this here. Oh no. Okay, I mean, okay, that's fair. You know, tell you what, let me go ahead and tell it. Change it. Here's the rule. Alright, tell you what, here's what I want. Start new chat. Okay. Klit and then BVT needs to be. Okay, that's here. let's make it 180 nautical mile lengths while being as efficient as possible. Aircraft type. Would be in A321 LR.
Alright, let's take a look here. Changing it down to 180 nautical mile legs.
Please. Please get a map as well.
Let's see here.
Can I please get a map as well?
And we'll see just how bad. Oh, y'all can't see this. Alright. And we'll see how badly it does this map. Because it kind of fucked up the other one. And it's annoying that it can't even do a map properly. I mean, it tries to do everything in such a beautiful way, but it just doesn't work. That ain't right now. Now that ain't right. That's for things on Lewis. That's for fucking things on Lewis. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. And it's missing at least one or two of those. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. I don't want to. Those are things in New York. Oh dear. Oh dear. What is that? I mean, seriously. What is that? I think LaGuardia's down there. Oh my word. Oh my word. Oh my word. I can't even do a map right. Bum 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 bum. Ba bum bum bum. Okay. Oh dear. But the thing is that it's actually looking back at that, that's like Boston. That's like that doesn't work. All right, well, we're just gonna have to plan this out ourselves. I'm gonna send one. We're gonna send this. I'm gonna send what I have to Grumpy, and then I'm gonna ask him. I'm gonna tell him this is what I had an idea on how to do, but of course, if he has a better method of doing it, yeah. AI has completely failed me. In fairness, though, it's like it's kind of hard. This is a bit of a challenge. It's kind of hard, but I mean, I gave it 52 airports. And yeah, I mean, if it's yeah. Just go ahead and get. I'm gonna send what I have to Grumpy now. Let me just verify that there's none. Salt Lake City. Yes, that's fine. And then it was that one. It was lit. Okay, lit.
I'm going to send this to Grumpy real quickly, and we'll take a look at the flight again. Ew. Yuck. Yuck.
That's a bit.
Messy there, ain't it? Just a storm.
It's a bit messy there, ain't it?
Sydney, looks like it'll be fun. Alright, let me just send this to Grumpy real quickly, and I can go ahead and go back over to main. Let me go ahead and Discord real quickly. And send that to Grumpy. The recommended airport. Let's see here. US capital and airports within the vicinity. Try to keep them as close to. Hang on, let me just take a look at where our top percent is. Top percent only in 10 minutes.
Okay. In that case, once we begin to descend, I'll take a look at this.
Alright, Brisbane. Brisbane. For Brisbane, we'll take runway at 19 left.
Yeah, that's fine.
We'll take 19 left. Arrivals. Take that one. And we'll take the Alice. Take the Alice for this one. The wind is.
Yeah, we'll need an ILS
For this one, so anyway, it'll be the Smoka
1 Alpha arrival.
for runway 19 left.
Alexa, turn on Ryan's desk. Yeah. That'll be the plan. So, Brisbane. 19er left. I will take the ILS. Besto transition.
And we are on the
Koa. The
Samoka
1 Alpha.
what?
Turn now direct to Samoka.
Okay, stop descent in 6 minutes. Descend now to out to put a 120.
Brisbane traffic, Speedbird 93 Whiskey Heavy descending now. Flight level 120. Brisbane traffic.
just finish. Vicinity. Possible. Getting to every airport would be ideal. Of course, adding there are notes on view of them. May I help you? Yeah, I know. You want to get up here, don't you? No. Hey, bud. I know you're my boss. You're my boss, aren't you? I know. I know. I know. Let me just go and take a look at this. Dum bum bum bum. Dun doo dum bum 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 bum. Alright, I have sent Grumpy the message. Bum 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 bum. I'm sorry, but I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I accept my apology. Good. know you're quite heavy now. You're big and fat. Ah, this guy loves me. He loves me. He loves my lap more than he loves his own bed, to be honest. Well, you know it's true. You know that's true. You need a bit of a haircut, don't you? You need a bit of a haircut now. You should get one. You should be getting one in a few weeks. I don't need another one by the end of the year. Yeah, there are going to be some really short legs on that world cap on that U.S. state capital award. Yeah, there are going to be some really short legs on that. Unless Grumpy somehow figures out a way to avoid some of the zigzaggy action of like going from like Baltimore to Providence and then from Providence to Philly or whatever. Unless Grumpy figures out a way to avoid that, which I think he probably will. It's going to be. Yeah, he knows how to do it though. He knows how to do it. There's a lot of them. Yeah, there are a lot of them. So, I mean, it should be actually a really long tour, but it shouldn't be long. It shouldn't be as long as the Aeronaut Around the World one, though. I know this thing's probably screaming at us to enter destination data. Yeah. Oh dear, there's red like right over the airfield. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Alright, destination data. That's here. Auto brake. Medium runway condition. We'll get right. We have to go pour. Yeah, wouldn't go poor condition in terms of that. Brisbane traffic. 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 Maybe not that evil. Yeah, no. It is about to be a bit of a shit show, not gonna lie. Not gonna lie about that. Not gonna lie about that, man. In case of diversion, we plummet out of the sky because we're not diverting. We don't hold here. Yeah, we might, but the thing is that this storm has moved basically nowhere. This storm here has moved essentially nowhere since we started the flight. So, thing is that I'm not expecting it to go anywhere. Okay, let's go and work on putting in the destination data, idiot. Performance, approach, The wind is 210 degrees, 8 knots. Or sorry, no. 120 degrees, 8 knots. Temperature 19er. Dew point 19er as well. QNH 1013. On the bar, which we can take a look at anyway. Good luck there, mate. Good luck. It's like it's on the worst of it's like on the final approach. So this might be an auto land. Yeah. Okay. Where do you want to go? You gonna get down, or you want to stay right there? Where do you want to go there, bud? I have no problem with you staying on my lap. You gotta stay on my lap for this. Here, you can stay on my lap, but I got no problem with you staying on my lap. But you need to stay on my lap when you get down. I'd prefer you on my lap, though. I'd prefer you on my lap. Where are you gonna go? Huh? Where are you gonna go? You gonna go back to bed, or you wanna stay right there? You choose. In a moment, I'm gonna choose for you. Here. Sit. Lay down. Lay down. It's my lap. Okay, then. Yeah. Go down. You wouldn't lay down on my lap. And I know you want to sit on my lap. You don't want to lay down on it. I want you, but the thing is that I need you to die. So you want to do one or the other. Thank you. Give it down. All right. No. Nihilist approach. Let's see here. 220 on the ILS. 220. And in case of missed approach, it is up to transition altitude is 10,000 feet. Okay. In case of missed approach, it is track 1. It's 196 degrees. And then not below, and then at Benny, turn left, heading 166 degrees, climb to 4,000, or directed by ATC. Oh, sure, that looks really, really evil, not gonna lie. All that means is that we're gonna want to be we're not want to be configured a little early on. That's what that means. And we're most likely gonna auto land the aircraft. Yeah, more likely than not, it's gonna be an auto land because of these. Okay, actually, here's a question. How long can we hold for? How long can we hold for? It's one word now. One what? We have 11.8. So we can hold for. Hang on. The alternate is. second would be Yankee Bravo November to Yankee Bravo Sierra. Is it not Yankee Bravo Sierra? Or it'd be Yankee Sierra Yankee. Yankee Sierra Yankee Sierra Yankee Sydney. No, I'm just curious about it. And that's where we're going. That's the next anyway. But I say 240. Whiskey. What's the distance? Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. This is not going to be a smooth arrival. I don't know if you can tell, but it is very, very stormy outside right now. It's not going to be the smoothest arrival in the world. In fact, it may be a little scary for some of y'all. We are going to try our best here to make it as smooth as possible for y'all, but just be advised, we have turned the fasten seatbelt sign on for a reason, and for a pretty damn good one. You are all going to need to stay in your seats. We are about to hit major turbulence, arriving into Brisbane, and we sincerely apologize for that. And I don't usually like to tell the passengers about any alternate plans just immediately, but in case of a go-around, we are most likely going to end up at Sydney, or maybe something a little closer, but it'll most likely be Sydney that we end up at. Anyway, thank you all so much for flying with us today, and we will see you on the ground. We'll keep you updated. Thank you very much. That guy arriving now. Let's see how he does. Descent now out. I'll just keep our further descent going. Let's see here. Brisbane traffic, Statebird 93 Whiskey Heavy, descending now to an altitude of 5,000 feet level by Burpa, and that is on the Smoke 1 Alpha arrival, expecting an Alice approach into runway 19 left. Brisbane traffic. Have any holds there? We don't. Another airport without holds. Without holding without holds. Really? Really? That's another airport without any holds. Yeah, now, anything on the ILS? No holds on the ILS either. No holds on the ILS either. Oh dear. Are there any holds anywhere? That's the question. Well, that looks a little bit better. It looks a bit more promising now, doesn't it? One thing says one thing says one thing, the other says another. So Brisbane traffic, Speedbird 93 Whiskey is in about a 20-mile base, inbound for ILS runway 19 left. Brisbane traffic. In Brisbane traffic, Speedbird 93 Whiskey Heavy is slowing speed now 220 knots. Brisbane traffic. And then it's down to at what point do we intercept? Intercept and altitude 4,000 feet and yeah, Besto. We can even tune 3,000 till it's established on the E localizer. Yeah, no, this looks actually this looks really ugly. This does not look nice at all. We have our landing lights on. Yeah, landing lights. Gotta make sure that those guys remain on. You know what? I'm gonna just start an APU now, and I'll explain why I'm doing that. I'm gonna start the APU now, and it's not because of fuel burn. It's not to increase fuel burn, but it is to provide steady electrical and hydraulic power. It's to provide extra steady, stable pneumonic and electrical power in case things go haywire, which they might very well do. Brisbane traffic, Speedbird 93 Whiskey Heavy is slowing speed now 180 knots. Brisbane traffic. The APU is available in case we need it. And we will go around if we need to. I'm expecting a potential go around. If we're being 100% honest, I'm expecting a potential go around. I don't want to confirm that yet, though I do expect one. Yeah, I do expect a potential go around. Flaps too. And we're not visual with the field at all, but that's fine. Clear for the approach. I'm going to say that we are cleared for the approach. Fly radar vectors final. Brisbane traffic, Speedbird 93 Whiskey, flying radar vectors for ILS 19 left final. Current heading 1003 is still descending altitude 3,000 feet. of by the time we turn final. Brisbane traffic. Brisbane. Sounds like a name. Sounds like a city that the British would name. Good. It is beginning to clear up a little. Either way, these are definitely challenging conditions. Yo, Cam. Make the turn heading 120 degrees. Speedbird 93 Whiskey Heavy heading 120 degrees now to establish ILS 19 left. Brisbane traffic. In Brisbane traffic, Speedbird 93 Whiskey is now slowing speed 160 knots until 4 mile final. Brisbane traffic. Gear down. These guys are all on default to just 1.8. Brisbane traffic, Speedbird 93 Whiskey, turning final now, ILS runway 19er left. Brisbane traffic. What kind of final are we looking like? Gosh, nearly 15 mile final. Alright, let's see how we do here. I mean, the winds are not horrendous. It's that you could get wind shear because there is currently a major storm. And in case of wind shear, it is an immediate go around. It's an immediate climb up to 4,000 heading 166 degrees. That's all I'm going to say about that. That's an immediate. In case of go around, it is an immediate. Or in case of wind shear, it is an immediate go around. As we are not clear to land. I'm not clearing us. I am the captain of this ship. I'm captain of this aircraft. I'm in charge here. I'm in charge here. And the auto brake is set. Flags up, intercepted. Brisbane traffic, Speedbird 93 Whiskey, fully established ILS runway 19er left. About 7.5 mile final. Brisbane traffic.
$2,500.
Noted. We're gonna let the thing land. We're gonna get the thing get down to minimums. I think. Visibility is only 6,000 meters. So I mean, it's not a high visibility environment at all under any circumstances. Barnaby, go lay down. Go lay down, bud. We're gonna slow now to an approach speed of about 145.
2,000.
Call it 140 knots. Alright. Just look at this crabbing, what they got going on. It's about getting some rudder trim in there. Brisbane traffic, speedbird 93 whiskey, heavy, now short final. ILS runway 19 left. Brisbane traffic. Yeah, situations like this. Yeah.
1,000.
1,000. Yeah. It's situations like this where it's kind of like just best to let the aircraft land itself. I'll be surprised at how poor this one is. Now we are beginning to get something in sight. I see the runway. Kind of all over the place still, though. It's kind of trying to slip. It's trying to slip it. Once again,
500.
letting the plane land. Do you have the runway in sight now?
400. 300. 100 above.
Continue approach.
200. Minimum.
Continue.
Sync rate.
100. 90. 80. 70. 60. 50. 40. 30. 20. Retard. 10. 5.
315 feet per minute. I'm surprised that it was that bad. I'm surprised that it was. Sorry, I'm surprised that it was that good. After I took over my hand there. That really should have been a go around, just to be crystal clear. Brake fan on now. You're gonna need it. And we stopped at nothing. We stopped in absolutely nothing there. We stopped in absolutely nothing. What caused us to be all over the place, that was me. Alright. But I was convinced there at the end that that would be a go-round. Brisbane traffic, runway 19 alert. That has now been vacated. Speedbird 93 whiskey taxiing. Stand 32 via Bravo. Brisbane traffic. Correction, Speedbird 93 whiskey taxi.
Ladies and gentlemen,
235
welcome to our destination.
via Bravo.
Please remain
Brisbane traffic.
seated with your seatbelt fastened until the aircraft has come to a complete stop and the seatbelt sign has been turned off. We remind you to check around your seat for any personal belongings before you leave the aircraft. On behalf of the crew, thank you for flying with us today, and we look forward to welcoming you again soon.
And hit the other. Wouldn't want to welcome us after that mess. And after this drunk driving here. This drunk flying of plane. Oh, yeah, we're finally at Brisbane. And we might redo that like it's something in the future. Because that, like, yeah, it's not for that like at all. Jet 2? Or no, it's Jetstar. I was about to say, I thought it was one of those. Welcome to Jet 2 holiday days. They're being conquered by Brits again. Australia. Yes, indeed you are. We're being conquered by Brits again. Ah, what the fuck mess am I doing right here? Alright, how long can we hold here for? Actually, I think this is a bit of a better stand for us. Parking brake set. We never put up flat, so whatever. We don't have the hydraulic power to do it right now. Okay. What did News Guy have to say about that? 612. What did News Guy have to say about that is the question. And I'm willing to bet it wasn't great. 8.96. Okay, off-center line landing. Oh dear. It chopped off that many points because of it thought it was that bad. It thought it was that bad. Really? Really? My goodness. That's something else coming for it. Right. I'd like to get to Sydney, but let's take a look at the weather map. But I think this is kind of like one of those situations where if we were to try to get to Sydney, it would not be great. This is like one of those situations where the wind is so horrendous that in the real world they'd probably ground a lot of flights. It'd be another day, I think, because in that storm basically went nowhere. I mean, unless we want to hold for an hour or so. But yeah, no, absolutely not. Because if you look, I mean, this is where we are. We're like in the worst part of it right now. And then Sydney is down here, and they're gonna be in the worst part of it. They're gonna be in some rough parts here as well. And I'd rather have a pretty nice arrival into Sydney. And so for those reasons, I think that's reason enough for us to call it here. Yeah, I don't see any reason to continue on. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna be able to get to Sydney today because I just don't think that's a good idea. I just don't think so. Because by the time we get there, this storm's gonna be right over it, and I'd rather go there. There's not a storm over it, and this weather is bad enough to the point where these storms would absolutely cause issues. Issues with takeoffs and departures, right? That's where we're at with this. So yeah. Anyway, that's gonna do it for me. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Not many of you tuned in today, but that's fine. Tonight, weekly Baltimore to Heathrow in the 772. Once again, thank you all so much for flying with us tonight. No, I'll see you all later. So long.